job in really final launch preps for the umbilicals. What we have on our plate today is a series of launch release system checks. We're charging the batteries on the flight elements, finishing final walkdowns, everyone kind of going through their systems, making sure everything looks and is in the appropriate configuration. We got a really busy afternoon, moving everything into final launch configurations. That's handrails, heavy equipment, things like that. When we talk about going into tomorrow and the day of launch, activities pick up really early. So at 2 a.m., we're doing full clearing of the blast danger area. We get into air to GN2 switch over at about 3:30 a.m. And so that allows us to then go into what we have is called a tanking meeting at 4:45 a.m. And we expect to get a decision coming out of there to where we can begin cryo operations at about 5:30. At 8 a.m., you'll expect to get into the engine bleed kickstart. So that's going to be one of those big milestones, again, that we're going to pay attention to. That will go on for about an hour. And afterwards, we'll be into replenish in terms of our commodities at that point for liquid hydrogen. When we get into after that, we have a pre-press test at T minus 2 hours and 20 minutes. And so that'll be bringing the tank up to flight pressure for a period of time. That's really a risk mitigation for when we get into terminal count, so we don't run into any unexpected issues there. And then right now, we're on track for a 2:17 p.m. launch. We have a 2-hour window. And so right now, team has really just done a fantastic job getting us out of launch attempt number 1, repairing all the issues, and getting us into a safe configuration to proceed into tomorrow's launch attempt. With that, that's kind of the quick update. Melody, you want to go through the weather, please?
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. So the weather continues to still look pretty good for the launch attempt on Saturday. The flow has become onshore this morning, so let's go ahead and look at satellite, and so we can go ahead and talk about what's happening right now. And as satellites being pulled up, you can see there's actually a very weak trough positioned off to our north. And if you're able to focus your eyes just north of the Space Coast, you can see some thunderstorms forming close to Daytona this morning. Basically, that's indicative of onshore flow starting up, and we did see that with our morning weather balloon that was put up in the air earlier this morning. So with that onshore flow regime starting, it should strengthen as we get into Saturday, and that will likely do us some favors as we get into the later portion of the launch window Saturday afternoon. Again, we are expecting our weather to start off a little bit dicey as we get into the 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock time frame. So we'll go ahead and, since I'm already talking about the launch window weather, we'll go ahead and flip to that next slide of looking at that. So our weather is going to start off at a 40% probability of violation, which of course means a 60% go. However, we do start evaluating the weather 3 hours before the launch window opens. So of course, that's right around 11 o'clock or so. So I do expect to make some no-go calls at some point tomorrow. However, as that East Coast sea breeze drifts farther inland, we do expect clearing on the back side of that. And that is because that is the reason why we are trending the forecast to more of an 80% favorability at the end of the launch window tomorrow afternoon. So now we can go ahead and flip to the backup forecast, and that is on Monday afternoon and evening time frame. I have the same numbers that I gave you yesterday, basically a 70% probability of go. However, there's a little bit more uncertainty in this forecast than what we had before. Previously, it did seem like we'd have a pretty steady easterly flow. At this point in time, it does seem like we're going to have a ridge right on top of us in the mid-layers of the atmosphere. And because of that, it's kind of splicing the flow a little bit more than we expected. To the north of us, we're expecting more on the side of westerly flow, and to the south of us, we're expecting easterly flow. So of course, we're smack dab in the middle there, and that gives us a very, very light flow regime, and it could almost go either way. So with a forecast like that, basically we're going to be focused on the weather with those inland sea breeze boundaries. And sometimes with that kind of situation, we can see some anvils floating back towards us in general in the late afternoon and evening timeframes. So because of that, I did go ahead and add the anvil rule into the backup launch window. But in any case, like I said yesterday, I do not expect weather to be a showstopper by any means for either launch window.
Perfect. Thank you, Melody. All right, so for the reporters in the room, just raise your hand. We'll get a mic to you. And then for those on the phone, just press *1 to get into the question queue. I saw the first hand over here, Marcia.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press. For Melody, what's the tanking forecast look like? Because we had a 1-hour delay on Monday before they could even fuel. And my other question for Jeremy is, if you have to delay the start of fueling for weather or for any other reason, is it a minute-for-minute slip in terms of what it does to the launch time, and how's that, or can you make stuff up as you do other things?
Okay, so of course I'll take that first question. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Because we have onshore flow, we could have some showers approaching the coastline, and maybe a crack of thunder and lightning with that. So that is certainly a threat, again, a very similar threat to what we had the other day. The one difference, though, is we're not nearly as moist throughout the atmospheric column as we were the other day. So that's on our side. But it's very hard to predict shower activity offshore during the late night time frames. It's much easier to predict the onset of the sea breeze than the approaching nocturnal showers. So it's possible that that could be a hindrance, but if we can get past that, I'm pretty confident that weather will be able to press forward for us.
Yeah, and to address your second question, so it's not necessarily going to be it wouldn't be a minute-for-minute slip, and so that's kind of why we want to let the team work through it. They didn't reset the clock until the T-minus 40-minute hold time frame there yesterday. So there's not a lot of margin in the timeline. It's very orchestrated, but they may be able to deal with certain 15-minute delays, 20-minute delays, those sorts of things, and we'll try and make up time as they go through. But I would just say there's not a lot of margin in that timeline.
Okay, I'll take the next question here.
Stephen Young with Spaceflight Now for Jeremy. After the WDR, you extended some holds to get a little more padding in the schedule, and you've done that again to get the engine bleed, kickstart work in, and pressurize the tank, etc. I'm just wondering if you could give us an idea about the length of the workday for the launch team. When people come in, is it multiple shifts? How does that work? And are there any post-launch traditions that we should expect to see? Will there be beans and maybe a pair of scissors involved?
Great question, and really appreciate that. So we're watching the team really closely. It's not one size fits all, right? So some systems, it may be a couple of different folks going through. When you look at some of the leadership, like Charlie or some of our integration console, they're playing for about 12-hour days. Is really kind of what we're going into right now. If we get into a scrub or at the end of the window, it could go a little bit longer than that. But in general, kind of what we're saying is, 12-hour days is what we're really scheduling them for. We've really been watching the team closely. For example, I'm here this morning so we can give Charlie the morning off, right? And some of the key test conductors and test directors. And so we're just really kind of focused on them. We're talking to them. We're making sure that they feel good and healthy kind of going into tomorrow's attempt and are rested. When you talk about what are some of the celebrations, so we will have beans and cornbread in the Launch Control Center afterwards, and the integration console has all asked Ms. Blackwell Thompson to cut their ties afterwards, so pretty excited to see those things. We're also trying to establish a few of our own traditions, and so what you'll see is I'll definitely be wearing a green tie for launch day to show solidarity with some of our launch director and some of the others there.
Thank you for that question. Over here.
Jim McDade, 1819 News. Melanie, could you please give us an overview of the Anvil Cloud Rule? And so I think a lot of our readers would like to know more about that.
Okay. Essentially, I can tell you what the rule is based on, and I can kind of give you an overview of why some of our rules exist at all. So primarily, our rules exist because based on two principles. Number one, you can't fly into an active thunderstorm, right? And then number two, you cannot trigger your own lightning strike. And we've seen that in the past at least twice. So basically, if you think about it, we're sending a charged rod up into the sky. We've done half the work for the atmosphere already. So the Anvil rule is just kind of a continuation of that, where Basically, it's a spread of the electric current possibly along the anvil, extending farther away from the parent thunderstorm. So because of some of that electric current could still exist, and sometimes it is masked by the outside of the cloud, we don't have a good handle on how to see it and how to read it. So it's just a built-in conservatism into the rule to make sure we don't trigger our own lightning strike.
Okay, we'll go to the phones, and then we'll come back here to the room. I see the two hands in the front row. On the phone, we have Bill Harwood, CBS News.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Jeremy. And I don't know if you can answer this question or not, but you got 46 colas for this launch, and I realize that going up to apogee and then back down to perigee for TLI, you're passing through, multiple realms of satellites. But any idea how Starlink plays into all of that, if it does at all? Thanks.
Let's see, Bill. So honestly, the Space Force does that analysis for us. When we look at it, we got about, like you said, about 45 cutouts. Many are short in duration, typically, a couple of seconds each, with about 10 of them being about a minute each. In terms of what kind of goes behind that analysis, I honestly don't have the answer for you there. It is a mix of satellite position, orbital debris, and things like that. But honestly, the Space Force kind of looks at the specifics with whether it's Starlink or other things along those lines.
Another one from the phone real quick, Kristen Fisher, CNN. Kristen, are you there?
Yeah, sorry guys, sorry. It took me a minute to get off hold, my apologies. Just wondering if it would be possible to get a update on exactly what the new duration of this mission is going to be. I believe Mike Serafin said yesterday 37 days, but some of our folks at CNN were trying to do the math and we weren't quite seeing it add up. So could we just get an update on, I believe the first launch attempt, it would have been 42 days. If it goes on Saturday, how long will the mission be? Thank you.
Yeah, so as you started kind of doing the count, I think a couple of the things that are relevant there is, do you count the launch day? And so essentially that's probably where you're kind of getting a couple of different durations. And then we're also just a couple hours shy of 38 days, I believe. Right now, if we launch tomorrow afternoon, we would land on October 11th at 11:10 Pacific time. So that kind of gives you the duration. And, what we would say is it's approximately 37 days to 38 days, depending on kind of where you choose to draw those lines.
Thank you, Jeremy. Okay, here.
Smith, spacepolicyonline.com. If you do have to scrub tomorrow, I gather you've got Monday and Tuesday as possibilities. Is that the end? I mean, at that point, do you have to roll back to the VAB because of replacing the battery in the flight termination system, or are you negotiating with the range to see if they could extend that some more, or do you absolutely positively have to go back to the VAB?
Yes, ma'am. It's a good question. So right now, it's our flight termination system is the kind of the pacing function for needing to roll back after this launch period. And what it is it's based off retest requirements. So right now, the range says every so many days you need to, prior to launch, you have to test that flight termination system. Right now, we worked with them. We provided data for a little over 20 days since we tested it to launch time. We believe we would need to roll back and retest that system just to meet the range requirements. So right now, after 9/6, we'd roll back, retest. We don't actually have to replace the batteries until the next launch period, but it's a relatively short retest of the flight termination system just to provide confidence to the range that the public will be safe.
Follow-up, will you be able to recharge the batteries on the 5 accessible CubeSats while you're back in the VAB?
So I honestly, I can follow up with you on that one. Typically, what we would do is during power up, we're able to recharge, make sure everything's very good. A number of those will actually be charged up on orbit as well, but I can get you a specific answer on that one because I'm not positive.
All right, the front row here.
Thank you. Tarek Malik with Space.com for Jeremy. You mentioned that there's a possibility of catching up and making up time if you do get delayed on taking it. I'm just curious, where are the windows to do that? Is it just opening the hoses on the fuel line faster to fill or coming out of holds earlier? And how do you make that decision? Thanks.
So there's a couple of built-in holds throughout the timeline. I mean, there's activities throughout all of that. And so if, for example, we get to chill down a little bit quicker than expected or to the 100% filled on the tank and go into replenish. Again, it's minutes that you can make up in a number of those things, but there is not not much padding in the timeline. What you saw on the first attempt was, we were probably an hour down due to weather, and as we kind of progressed through the first 4 to 5 hours, we had maybe made up 10 to 15 minutes, that sort of thing. So really it depends on, speed, rate of chill downs. They're not going to change valve positions or anything like that.
We have a question in the third row over here.
Hi. Thanks very much. Test your arms. Irene Klaus with Aviation Week. I have 2 questions. The first is, were there any other changes made that would cover the last 29 seconds of the countdown that, of course, were not done in the wet dress, but were practiced in the green run based on what you've learned with the sensor configurations and the LH2 flow? That's one question, just kind of to take us through the last 29 seconds of the countdown that haven't been tested yet, and if there's any changes in the process. And then the other question is about the COLAs. How are those accounted for in the countdown? Does Charlie call a hold, or will it be automatically, would the countdown clocks automatically stop, especially if you're already in a termination mode, or would you not pick up the final section of the countdown if there is one of these COLAs in that process? Thanks.
Yeah, no worries. So for the last 29 seconds, no changes were made. Really, in order to kind of maybe get at the base of your question, which was, what did we do to kind of mimic some of the green run activities? That's primarily where we intend to begin the kickstart test. And so that's happening before we get to stable replenish on the LH2 tank. And so we're bringing that much earlier into the flow, and before we actually even get the hydrogen tank full. And so that really mimics exactly what we did at a green run. As far as when we go into the last 29 seconds and ALS handover, no changes were made based off that. And so a lot of this is a vestige of not getting all of those objectives bought off during wet dress rehearsal 4, and then really wanting to make sure we have strong process control. Let's see, I'm sorry, can you repeat? Okay, so the COLAs, how do we account for that? Thank you for the reminder. So on that one, it really will depend on when we choose to reset the clock. So say we go in, what happens right now is the GLS integration console. So our ground launch sequencer has a series of times of when those cutouts are. And so if we run into any issues, what we'll do is we'll perform an analysis and say, we are good to launch at X time, and they'll reset to that, and then they avoid the COLA. So it's not completely automated, but we do have folks that have those times up, and it's really when we go about resyncing the clock to a new T0 time.
Thanks.
Thank you. Kenneth.
Yeah, hi, it's Ken Chang, New York Times. So in the last couple of days, we've heard a lot about the hydrogen line bleed kickstart. I was just, and that's to sort of verify your procedures. I was wondering, once that all sorted out, in a normal countdown, when does the engine chill down occur?
Okay, so let me try and get to the core of your question. So when do we maybe I'll repeat it back. So when do we validate our new procedures? Is that the question?
No, assuming everything works the way you want it to this time. So for Artemis 2, when would the chill down actually occur during a normal countdown?
Sorry about that. So the kickstart procedure is something that I do think we will do every single flow, and so we'll know that relatively early on. What we are doing this time around that we would not necessarily add into future tests is a pre-press test, and that's just us kind of getting into understanding exactly what the controls are, how everything's behaving, and that's really going to be a risk mitigation to the terminal count. But I do believe we will not continue to do, or we will do the kickstart similar in every single flow.
And what time in the countdown would that occur later?
So right now, it's going to occur at approximately 8 a.m. I don't have the T-minus time right on me, but it should occur about 8 a.m. for about an hour.
No, in the future.
It would be at a similar time.
Okay, thanks.
We have some questions on the phone. We have Jim Siegel, NASATech.net.
Oh, thank you for taking my question. If the launch moves to Monday instead of Saturday, when will the launch window open? And I assume that it'll still be a 2-hour launch window. Thank you.
Let's see. So our launch window opens, it's a couple hours later. I don't have that exact information with me handy, so I'll have to get back to you exactly at that time, and so I'll just follow up if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Jim will get back to you on that one. And then we have Anthony with main engine cutoff on the phone.
Hey there, thanks for taking the call. For Jeremy, if the crack on the core stage foam yesterday was mentioned that's not an issue for flight, are there any other areas on the core stage where that would be an issue, and how are those monitored?
So we do a series of checks throughout launch countdown and actually in between the last attempt and this one, where we go through, we do thorough inspections of the vehicle. Even very minor defects are noted. Throughout launch countdown, we have a team which we call Sea Ice on the console, and they do inspections throughout. So they use high definition cameras, infrared, things along those lines. And so right now we've done a full inspection of the vehicle. We've noted any nonconformances, and they've cleared any of those for flight. Throughout the count, as we see cryo pumping, things like that, we're going to continue to do the same thing. If anything is anomalous, they note it, and then they turn it over to a debris trajectory analysis team to decide whether or not we have any concerns. So they have standards that they use against, and they have models that we run it if it's above those standards. And then just to answer the other question, it was 5:17 p.m. is the launch time, and I believe it is a 2-hour window as well.
5:12, actually, 5:12 on the, yep, nope, it's okay, it's 2:17 Saturday. So 5:12 on Monday, no problem, with that 90-minute window, to answer Jim's question from before. And we had a question in the room here, yep.
Aaron Cooper with CNN. Knowing everything you know, can you kind of bottom line it for us? How confident are you that this is going to fly on Saturday? How confident are you it's going to fly before the end of the Tuesday windows?
Yeah, so this is a test flight, right? And so while I feel very good about our procedures, when you look the team in the eye, they're ready. We can't control the weather. And so on any given day, there is risk that we'll be able to get off. I think what I kind of am looking at is our team is ready. They are getting better with every attempt and actually performed superbly during launch countdown number 1. So in my mind, I think if the conditions with weather and the hardware align, we'll absolutely go. And we have the right team at kind of the right time. So, and those statistics, right, those probabilities go way up if we get 2 attempts off before the end of this window.
And I believe there was another one in the room. Was there another hand in the room? No? Oh, over here.
Hi, I'm Brandy Campbell with Fox Weather. With the weather being favorable at 60%, how often have you guys had a successful launch at that, rate? And with that being the rate, do you foresee us maybe waiting a while for like a good time to take off, or is there a chance we could take off, at the beginning of the window?
Those are excellent questions. I don't have the exact stats that you're searching for. I can get back to you with that. I can tell you, though, that on any given day, there's about a 1 in 3 chance that we will scrub for any reason. And out of those chances of us scrubbing, there's a 50% chance that it's due to weather. So hopefully that's some stat you can take back. Could you remind me of the second part of your question?
Yes, I was asking, is there a chance that we might have to wait a while for there to be a good opportunity for us to launch throughout? That it's a 60% chance favorable?
It's entirely possible, and that's why I trended the forecast as such I did today, making it worse at the beginning of the window and a little bit more favorable at the end. It really all depends on that sea breeze and whether it moves inland as fast as we are expecting. If we are looking at the balloon data in the morning and that easterly flow is not nearly as established as we were hoping to see, we could run into a situation where we're red a little bit longer than we expect to be. But overall, that sea breeze does tend to win out with easterly flow, regardless of truly how strong it is.
Okay, we don't have any other questions on the phone. If we're done here in the room, Then I think we can wrap up today's news conference. Again, thank you, Jeremy, Melody, and everyone who asked questions. For more information on Artemis 1, we're going to pull up some resources here on the screen. You can take a look at this website, also follow us on the social media channels you see there. Coverage of us tanking our moon rocket will begin at 5:45 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow on NASA TV, and then our live launch coverage will begin at 12:15 p.m. For our Spanish viewers, our Spanish launch broadcast will begin at 1 p.m. We hope you can join us. Thanks so much.
First EV2. Well, EV2 is sublimator already off. Okay. Do the EV1 then.
If you're just joining us, good morning and welcome to Mission Control Houston. You're currently seeing a live view outside of the International Space Station. Today's operations is a Russian spacewalk 54A, where two cosmonauts exited the hatch at 8:25 a.m. Central Time, 13:25 GMT, and we are looking at a 6-hour and 18-minute spacewalk today. Expedition 67 Commander Oleg Artemiev and Flight Engineer Denis Matveyev, both of Roscosmos, exited the space-facing Poisk module. The primary objective of the spacewalk is to relocate an external control panel for the arm, the European robotic arm, from one operating area to another, and test a rigidizing mechanism on the arm that will be used to facilitate the grasping of payloads.
Наблюдаем ваши картинки, так что по мере не укладок, пожалуйста, прошу доклад.
We are not getting a video, so please provide voice commentary for your kit operations. Okay, one hook is done. You take that hook. Got it. Closing this one.
Just entering orbital daytime as the ISS flew 262 statute miles above the North Pacific Ocean.
Okay, I'm passing you the second hook now. Okay. Second hook is outside. Okay, now the cube. Okay, I am passing you a hook now. Okay.
Сейчас, подожди секунду. Геннадий, можно автоматически СТР включить?
Gennady, is it possible to have auto STR on?
Проверьте среднее положение.
Yes.
Тепло-холод.
Please make sure heat cold switches in middle position. The two in 0 and turn on.
Так, 0, среднее. Так, я включил.
EV2 has auto thermal control on.
Принято. Первый, второй.
Ditto, EV1. Copy, EV1, EV2. Okay, don't pull because I am not done with the second hook yet. Hold on.
Зацепил первый.
Okay, hook 1 attached. Okay, start retracting.
You're now seeing great views in the center of your screen of Expedition.
And here comes the second one. I got the second one.
You're seeing Expedition 67 Commander Oleg Artemiev and Flight Engineer Denis Matveyev.
Question.
Artemiev is wearing the Russian Orlan spacesuit with red stripes, while Matveyev is wearing the Orlan suit with the blue stripes. This will be the 8th spacewalk for Artemiev and the 4th for Matveyev. Today's spacewalk will complete unfinished tasks from a spacewalk in August, which was cut short after Artemiev's spacesuit showed abnormal battery readings about 2 hours and 17 minutes into the spacewalk. The battery has been replaced and tested. During the previous spacewalk, Artemiev and Matveyev completed the installation of a pair of cameras on the arm and removed parts attached to the arm's end effector before the spacewalk ended.
So I put it here, as you wish.
The European robotic arm, which launched last July attached to the Nyoka module, will be used to move payloads and equipment outside the Russian segment of the station, joining the Canadian-built Canadarm2 robotic arm and the Japanese arm already supporting station maintenance, operations, and research.
In this case, Oleg, please start executing as you are ready. Okay. Okay. Let me grab this.
We're currently in a brief handover between satellites, and we'll have camera views of the EVA back in just a few moments.
Okay, give me the fixed length one. This one goes outside. No, cannot do it like this.
You're currently seeing a live balcony view from the Russian International Mission Control Room in Koryov, Russia, outside of Moscow.
Okay. Okay, one hook is attached outside. Oleg? Yes, go ahead. No, just what...
Как только будете готовы, как будешь снаружи, можно включать нашлемные камеры.
Wanted to let you know that you are go to turn on helmet cameras once you're outside. Okay. Okay, both hooks are outside. Please check that there is no interference in my path. Your go. Okay, EV2, gas temperature, inaudible. Copy, Denis. But feeling fine. EV2 has two cameras. Okay, please check my suit. Okay, one.
We now have live views of the duo outside the POIS module. They're here gathering adapters, and then they'll translate over to their work site of the MLM, or the multipurpose laboratory module, also known as Nyoka.
Okay, it is on. Can you help me turn on the lights? Of course.
The crew is currently in the process of turning on their HECA, or their helmet cameras. We'll see those views shortly.
Okay, I am next to you. And the second one. Got it. Both are on. Okay, turn it on for me on that side. Okay, hold on. One more time. So the lights are... Make sure the lights are on. Okay, the lights are on. Copy. Talking over each other. No, we were doing the lights.
У меня уже 2 раза с языка вопрос снял сегодня.
Inaudible. Okay, I got the bag. Now we start translating to the ring. Denis, don't go too far. One hook is on the ring. Second hook is on the ring. Now pass me that. Here's one, here's the other. Please watch me. Okay, let me untangle this a little bit.
Просьба в процессе перемещения с адаптерами.
Inaudible. What did you say?
Контролировать, удерживать ее в процессе перемещения, это у нас тяжелый.
As you translate, make sure you watch the status of the platform. It's massive and has to be handled with care. Okay. So let me watch the. Oh, actually, pass me the tether first. Okay. Hold on. This is the tether for the platform, right? Yes, it is. Okay, now watch me execute. Now pass me your tether. There you go. Okay, take this. Okay, too bad you don't have a second pair of hands on the back. Hold on. Are you holding it? There's a bit of a spring action. Okay, pass me the second one. All right. Okay. Can you manage by yourself? Sure. All right then. Where's the cube? Oh, there it is. You hold this and I will undo the ring. Okay, the ring is undone. Okay, so the tickets have been checked. The passengers have taken their seats. It's time to depart. Okay, off we go on the Strela. Okay, talking over each other. Yes, I will be following you.
Мы стали получать картинку с ваших камер.
And you're currently seeing the helmet camera, helmet cam 16 of Oleg Artemiev, and we know this is Oleg due to the red stripe Orlan, the Russian spacesuit.
Are you there? No, I'm still with you. Okay, we are at the transfer point and we need to secure the ring. so we need to put it right here.
Помнишь, как мы договаривались еще ручку немножко ослабить своим
Oleg, remember, we need to
The duo is currently translating or moving to their work site, which will be the base point of the MLM or the multi-purpose laboratory module with the platform and adapters.
We still need to get to the end. But if you go there, you won't be able to reach.
The primary objectives of the spacewalk are to relocate an external control panel for the arm from one operating area to another and test a rigidizing mechanism on the arm that will be used to facilitate the grasping of payloads.
Okay, can you reach those handrails? Let me try. Hold on, let me secure myself here. So we're going to attach to a Strela handrail. Artem, can we do this? Yes, you can even use the lanyard.
Рукой, может быть, попробуешь этот барашек, он насколько...
But why don't you try seeing how much it can move? The wing nut. Well, the wing nut is tight, but I can release it.
Буквально, да, полоборота.
Yeah, give it a half turn for initial torque.
Короткий перерыв связи.
Had a short LOS.
Да, хорошо было затянуто.
Yeah, it was tightened really well.
Теперь нормально.
Now it's in good config.
Так, ну что, возвращаемся обратно теперь.
Okay, we are now going back.
After a brief reacquisition of the signal, we now see a view of the Russian cosmonauts outside of the International Space Station. If you look to the bottom left of your screen,
An alternative would be to...
the duo is translating to the Nyoka module, where they'll be working to move a control panel from one position to another.
Quite a distance to descend.
Это одинаково идти, что так, что...
Inaudible.
Давай посмотрю. Давай.
Денис.
Oleg, Denis,
Да, да. Да, но
go ahead.
Действительно идти примерно одинаково, что по первой плоскости, что по третьей. Вы как хотите, как удобней?
For you, it is the same distance if you go via plane 1 or plane 3. So, which route do you want?
Так,
Well,
давай тогда я
we're heading back already.
развернусь, а ты мне подавай клипы.
Let me turn around, and then you will hand me these items.
Какую? Ну, вот это. А я уже здесь.
This one? Okay, I'm already here.
Все, подожди, да я соображу.
Hold on, let me figure it out.
Давай. Новые ключи надо. исследовать.
Time to explore the new paths, since Artem gave us a go.
Держите, может, его распутайте.
Do I need to untangle this?
Так, я перешел на ФГБ.
Okay, I have translated to FGB. You can hand me the kit now. Okay?
Да, я сейчас ее...
I mean the hook. Right, let me undo it.
Наших камер. Так что просьба докладывать, на каких поручнях вы находитесь.
Please report the handrails you're attached to.
4010, 4011.
I am on handrails 4010, 4011,
ФГБ.
EV1 on FGB.
Олег, оговорочка, это MLM.
Oleg, you're an MLM, right? Oh, yes, MLM.
Брат ФГБ. Близнец. Сказать.
If you're just joining us, you're seeing live views outside of the International Space Station of the Russian segment. We're about 30 minutes into today's spacewalk, Russian spacewalk 54A, where 2 cosmonauts exited the hatch at 8:25 a.m. Central Time, 13:25 GMT. Expedition 67 Commander Oleg Artemiev and Flight Engineer Denis Matveyev are conducting today's spacewalk.
Так. Сейчас.
Today's approved task, and currently where the astronauts are heading, is to their work site on the Nyoka module, or the multi-purpose laboratory module. They will install work platforms, relocate the European Robotic Arm external control panel, adjust and test the European Robotic Arm's end effector grasp capability. They will remove a launch restraint on one of the European Robotics Arm's end effector, and if time is permitting, they will jettison launch restraints and protective covers and extend one Straya boom from Zarya to Poisk.
Attach right here.
О, молодец.
Good job.
Так, а второй куда? А второй.
Where do I put the second one?
Ну давай, держись и давай мне его, я тебе его протяну.
Oh, you can pass it to me and I'll attach it for you.
Держись за кольцо.
Hold on to the ring.
Отцепляй. Привет, я думал, ты меня отсылкал.
Oh, I thought you were pulling it.
Ну, перестыкуй я его, а то
Oh, you can just reattach.
Я говорю, за кольцо держись и тот карабин давай.
Okay, like I said, hold on to the ring and pass me the hook. Okay.
Держись за кольцо, подожди. Так, еще пока. Так вот. Все. Давай, переходи. Сюда. Перешел. Я тебе сейчас...
Okay. Translate here. Okay. Now take the platform.
Все, взял тупик. Все. Посиди на пенечке. Так, это мы на горбушке.
Okay.
Нам надо вот туда.
Okay, we're here on the hump and we need to go right there.
давай все от кубика.
We currently have great views of the cosmonauts at the bottom of your screen as they translate to their work site, and we have a view of the European robotic arm.
Получаем видео.
Okay.
Keep
Now
going.
let's activate the video.
The first thing the cosmonauts will do will be to install work platforms on Nyoka.
Please report your position.
На 40, 06 и 40, 07.
My handrails are 4006 and 4007. EV1.
Ты идешь первым, да?
And
Talking
you're
over
going
each other.
forward, right? Yes.
Подожди.
Stand by.
Hold on.
Плату фиксирующую 15.
I'm at plate 15.
Так, есть. Готов. Или давай я переступлю, пойдем.
I can rehook you here.
Держи кубик, я потом дальше. Взял кубик.
Okay, I have it.
Перестыковался на 40-23.
Rehook to 4023. Copy.
Второй карабин на 40-21.
And the second hook on 4021.
И пол кубика тоже сюда. Так. Сейчас, Денис, я еще одну пересадку сделаю. Давай. Там вот так все можно задержать.
We have to hold on here a little bit.
Так, один карабин на съемном поручне.
One hook is on the removable handrail.
Карабин на 43-21.
4321, one hook is on there.
Переменной длины.
Adjustable.
Так, теперь я полностью на продолжу скорость. Так, и давай теперь кубик. Все. Давай, я его контролирую.
And I am monitoring. You hold on. Okay.
Все, я кубик контролирую, Денис переходит.
I am monitoring the cube and you are translating.
Так, на второй карабин.
And the second hook is where?
Так, и второй карабин транспортировочный видишь, да?
Are you able to see it? Yes, I am.
Так, Артем, ты как нас слышишь, видишь?
Artem, are you able to hear?
Я вас слышу, но не вижу.
Are you able to see us?
Твой доклад отличный.
Not able
Что ты уже полностью на третьей плоскости.
to see you. Though. You are on
Единицы, да, сейчас.
plane 3 already, completely.
По скорости 40,05 он идет.
Yes, and keep moving.
Так, готов взять кубик. Так, все, Денис контролирует кубик.
Now, you watch the cube, and I am
Рельсы.
moving it to the rail.
Мы уже на оперативной прямой.
So you are on the way straight there.
Да, Денис, давай мне кубик.
Dennis, give me this cube.
Все, отпускай.
Okay, now release, and I'm holding it.
Да, кубик пересек горбушку.
Now, over the hill here for the cube.
Так. Нормально.
Looks all right, looks all right.
Ты давай потихонечку. Только на этот поручень два карабина не...
Now, slowly, but don't put both hooks on the same handrail.
А тут ты
Rehook it this way.
съемные, ну...
There are connectors here.
Так, есть.
Got it.
Держи кубик. Да, погоди. Взял. Да, сейчас я...
I got it.
Так. Так, все. Прошли этот поручень, я тебе вот сюда, а тут ты уже тут на этот... Да, я да. Сейчас я чуть-чуть отойду.
Just keep going. Give me space.
Да, все. Я готов. Закрывать кубик.
I am ready for the cube. Okay, hold on. I do have it in my hands.
Прохожу панель сменных насосов.
And I am passing by the panel with replaceable pumps. Copy pump panel.
Олег, Денис, как у вас теплоощущения?
Alec, Dennis, how's your thermal situation? Good. It's better and better. And we are on handrail 4320 to 27. And, okay, so you are looking and I am moving. Okay. In work. And where are we? Got it. That's close, that looks good. Unintelligible. Let me try move a bit away. Okay. I'll just get over here and be ready. Okay.
If you're just joining us, we are about 50 minutes into today's spacewalk, Russian spacewalk 54A. Expedition 67 Commander Oleg Artemiev and Flight Engineer Denis Matveyev ventured outside of the hatch at 8:25 a.m. Central Time, 13:25 GMT. Artemiev is wearing the Russian Orlan spacesuit with red stripes, while Matveyev is wearing the Russian Orlan suit with blue stripes. We are currently seeing Heka helmet cam views from Matveyev. Artemiev is helmet cam 16, Matveyev is helmet cam 20. This is the 8th spacewalk for Artemiev and the 4th for Matveyev. Today's spacewalk will continue unfinished tasks from a spacewalk in August, which was cut short after Artemiev's spacesuit showed abnormal battery readings. During the previous spacewalk, Artemiev and Matveyev completed the installation of a pair of cameras on the European robotic arm and removed parts attached to the arm's end effector before the spacewalk ended.
I understand. You are by Nauka module. And we see the cover that is to be removed.
The European robotic arm, which launched last July attached to the Nauka module, will be used to move payloads and equipment outside the Russian segment of the station, joining the Canadian-built Canadarm2 robotic arm and the Japanese arm, already supporting station maintenance, operations, and research.
Let me catch it.
The duo is currently translating to the base point of MLM, or the Multi-Purpose Laboratory Module, also known as Nauka.
I crossed over the gap. Okay. Let me hold it. Okay, holding it now.
Their first task will be to remove protective covers from the base point and install a work platform on Nyoka.
Take the adjustable. The protective cover has been removed.
Он на adjustable такой?
Is it on the adjustable? On red. At this time, I will secure it on my side. This will need to be rehooked. So which hook? This one, and we'll swap them. Yes. Let me orient it, and I am holding it now. So hold on, I'll take care of the hook. And yours as well. Okay. Where's the lock? Okay, I will be pressing, and you go ahead, press the lever. Okay. Okay, let me rehook again because I'm being pulled. Okay, stand by. Need a bit of time. Now you press. Turn. And lap. Okay, great. It is locked.
С адаптерами установлено. Да?
And the platform with the adapter. Okay, are we late? How are we doing with time?
Идем минуту в минуту, даже опережение небольшое.
No, you're even a little bit ahead. Almost minute, 2 minutes.
Да, конечно, отдохнем.
How about resting?
Доложите, пожалуйста,
Just a little bit.
на ручки закрыт.
Just make sure all is secured and the locks are locked. And
Тогда сейчас отдыхаем немножко минут.
Secured.
После отдыха я предлагаю чехол передать Олег.
Great. Okay.
Чтобы
Now
зафиксировать.
rest a little bit.
На крыло повесим.
Just take care of the cover. Dennis, how about I give it to you?
После того, как вы освободите вот эти мягкие поручни и чехол, у меня просьба к вам
When you release it,
на камеры, как установлено платформа с адаптерами. Хорошо.
use the cameras.
Спасибо.
Just make sure we have the image. Okay. And I am hooking up now. Okay. So we returned the protective cover. Now I'm removing the tethers.
Наконец появилась картинка с ваших.
Now we finally get a picture with you.
Okay, now I'll take a look.
Нет, я смотрю, но надо для истории заснять, пожалуйста.
But for the history, for the records, we want to have pictures. Okay, I'll work with the tether at this time. Hold one and let me hook the other one. Just make sure it does not fly away. And the second hook, give it to me. Looking good. Now the other tether. Can you remove it from the other side? If possible. No, on my side only. Done. Great. Great. All tethers are in place.
Какой интересный фал мы наблюдаем на крылокбеге.
That's an interesting
Да, у тебя сейчас будет минутка, можешь включить свою?
Так, а как она включается? Кнопкой? Кнопкой, да.
How inaudible.
Она у меня, по-моему, работает.
I think this one is working. Make sure the camera is working.
А Герку или Секу?
This is
Хек ты сейчас, видимо, отключил.
Heka or which Heka? Which one should I make sure it's working? Heka, I think. Again.
If you're just joining us, we are about an hour into today's EVA, or Russian Spacewalk 54A. You're currently seeing live views of the Russian International Mission Control Room in Koryov, Russia, outside of Moscow. Two cosmonauts, Expedition 67 Commander Oleg Artemiev and Flight Engineer Denis Matveyev, ventured outside the hatch at 8:25 a.m. Central Time, 13:25 GMT. The duo currently have translated to their work site, and they've done their first objective, which was to remove protective covers at the base point of the multipurpose laboratory module, or NIOCA, and install a platform with adapters at the base point. The duo are currently translating to the European robotic arm. They are about 5 minutes ahead of their current timeline.
Let's adjust this. That's great.
У Ирины, которая у нас географии преподает.
So, that's a birthday, Irina's birthday. She is a geography teacher.
Ребят, если вы передохнули,
Okay, if you rested enough,
тогда выключаем камеры и
let's turn off the camera. And translate further.
Выключаем камеры.
We are turning off the cameras.
Подольше. Она держать. Да, подольше там. 2-3 секунды. Она должна
Just 2-3 seconds and it will turn off.
сигнал подать.
There should be a signal.
Вот все.
Okay. It's not blinking anymore.
Ага. Все, у меня тоже не мигает.
Okay, mine is not blinking either.
Момент.
Вы во время съемок СМ снизу снимали?
Did you also
Что снимали?
record what's below you?
Первую плоскость СМ.
SM, the first plane of SM. Was it in the view when you were
После камеры вы общий обзор делали на СМ?
doing it? Well, actually, we have not, since you didn't ask.
Несложно, Олег, там буквально на...
No, if you want, we can turn the cameras on again and do this.
Сейчас сделаем.
Yes, please. Okay.
У нас с этого ракурса фотографии СМ почти нет, поэтому...
We don't have images of the service module from this angle.
Хорошо.
All right, we'll do. Just a second.
У нас через 5 минут день начнется, так что мы успели вовремя заснять.
So in 5 minutes, it will be dark. So you have enough time to take a picture. All right.
Все, Олег, спасибо. Я думаю,
That's all, Alex. Thank you. That would suffice.
А третью плоскость снять СМ?
Do you want a picture of the third plane of service module? Actually, when we go back to MRM, you will be able to take a picture at that time. Okay.
Нет, сейчас нам надо намного больше других задач делать.
Now we'll keep going the timeline.
Все, камеру выключил.
Okay, the camera is off.
Так, ну что, пора в путь дорогу.
And keep going.
Пульту, правильно?
Да, к внешнему пульту идем.
And we are going to the control panel now. Yes.
Это рядом.
And that is close by.
Так, о, пульт-то вот он.
And here it is.
Он прям рядом.
Так, сейчас через меня там карабинчик.
Just taking care of this hook.
Для этой работы с внешним пультом шпаргалки не нужны. Нужно будет
We don't.
перевести в режим Для этого я сейчас расскажу.
I will tell you what exactly to do. We don't need any additional support to this one, and you will have to put it in the upper position. The diodes
Вышел из режима хранения.
should be lit up, and
По указанию Земли
on our go.
мы находимся в зоне МДДК, поэтому еще раз напоминаю.
We're in the area here.
And just a reminder, be careful.
Так, я на позиции.
So I'm in the required position.
Открывай.
Go ahead and open it.
Так, внешний чехол открываю.
Okay, opening the outer Malay cover. It is now open.
Открываем?
Am I going to open it?
Открывай.
Yes, you are.
Когда откроешь,
Okay, it is now open. And Oleg, stand by for now.
Хорошо.
Copy.
Ничего, даже не смотрю на него.
Okay, I'm not even going to look at it.
Хорошо.
Okay.
Горит он.
Да, мы
On is illuminated. Yes,
в верхнее положение зажать.
we received a go.
If you're just joining us, we are 1 hour and 5 minutes into today's spacewalk, Russian spacewalk 54A, where cosmonauts Oleg Artemiev and Denis Matveyev are outside doing some upgrades for the European robotic arm.
Which is in the top.
We just into orbital nighttime as the International Space Station was flying 267 statute miles above the Indian Ocean.
No, I haven't done anything yet. So what should I do first?
Яркость, да. Яркость вверх.
Brightness. So please.
Artemiev and Matveyev exited the hatch at 8:25 a.m. Central Time, 13:25 GMT. They then translated to their first work site.
What's next?
And have now made it to their second after removing protective covers and going to the European robotic arms control panel.
So I have executed 2 steps.
We're currently seeing helmet cam views from Artemiev's suit.
And then power. Okay, it is deactivated now, and LED is not illuminated. Okay, go ahead and cover it.
His task will be to remove the European robotic arm from hibernation mode and turn it off.
In work. Okay, cover installed, and now installing the outer cover.
Чехол закрыт.
Outer cover installed as well.
Так, Артем, что дальше делаем?
Artem, what's next?
Не слышно. Так.
I guess you didn't copy. Yes, we're standing by for now.
Слышно?
How do you read me, guys?
Извините, тут да, все принято, Олег.
I copied that it is off. Yes, copy, Oleg.
С НСБТ можно расстыковывать разъем Х2.
And Dennis, you are going to make the launch base point connector. The latch will now be unlatched. It is open now.
Олег, держи.
Oleg, please hold it. Oh, and what is it? Okay, stand by.
Ты расстыковал его, да? Уже получилось.
Okay, did you reconnect it?
Да, расстыкован.
Yes. It is demeted, then the cover that was secured is installed, and I'm going to hand it over to Oleg now, and then I will start operations with the connectors.
Да, нам нужно упаковать этот кабель.
So we need to pack up this cable.
Но слишком сильно не надо, Олег, да? Помним, что у него...
Inaudible. So I'm holding it. Let go.
Его прям сильно затягивать не надо.
Do not
Сильно затягивать.
tighten it too much.
Заделка так, ну, нежная.
What was it?
Слабенькая, да.
I'm saying do not tighten it too much because it's fragile, as you remember. Okay.
We're currently in a brief handover period between satellites. We should have views outside the International Space Station back for you shortly. Currently have a live view inside the Russian International Mission Control Room in Koryov, Russia, outside of Moscow.
Oleg, Denise, on SHS, how do you read me? Loud and clear. Copy.
Так, кабель предварительно уложили.
Okay, so the cable is temp stowed. Copy.
Да, теперь один карабин
And one hook, I guess, should I attach it on my tether? Yes. You can drop it on your short tethers.
Так, один карабин на мне.
So one of the hooks is now secured. And the connector is capped.
After installing a dust cap and removing the protective covers from the European robotic arm, the duo is now translating to the base point of MLM, or the multi-purpose laboratory module.
It is now demated from the lock. Denise, this one is yours. So we were transferring the adapter. Okay, all right. So let me tether it first, and I'm gonna hold on to the control panel now. Okay, and also, as agreed, I use 2 points. You can install the long one on the ring and the short one inaudible. Okay, so the adapter is now tethered. Copy.
на себя надо потянуть его, и защелка должна выйти.
You should pull it. The latch should disengage.
Да.
It got stuck. Yes, I see that it is sort of sticky. No, it's moving now. Okay, go for it.
Как бы не свернуть его.
Make sure that you don't over. Is it tight? Yes, it is. It feels quite tight. Okay, Oleg, please check if the bushing is sticking out or not. No, not yet. It should not. Because a year ago, we had a similar nominal situation, so that's why I'm asking. Actually, it's out now.
Так, сейчас, подожди, я полетаю.
Okay, stand by. Yes, can you see it? Yes, I guess you need to press on the hook here to make sure it's retracted.
Так, ну давай.
All right. So you can drop this hook on your tether. Got it. It's done. Okay, let me take a breath here and we'll keep going then. All right. Are you monitoring it? And inaudible. Yes, the flashlights, do we have them? Yes. And Denise, did you attach the safety hook to your tether? Not yet. All right, I am monitoring it. Okay, so I'm holding it. All right, so I have it now. You have it? Yes, correct. Good. All right. So we have reached the adapter. Okay, so let's move this box to the side now. Make sure it's not in the way.
Так. Все, давай, контролируем.
Давай. There, are you watching it? I'm watching it. Do you have it? I have it. And please make sure you're careful with the target on the QRM adapter. Make sure you're monitoring it. Okay.
Так, ты пришел? Да, я пришел.
Okay, so did you already move over here? Yes. And the target is somewhere here. Actually, there are two. And please do not touch either of them. Make sure there is no contact with the target. Copy.
Всего-то надо было чехол. Так.
So we just needed to deal with the cover here. It's on this side. Copy.
Так, Денис. Давай.
Денис,
Аккуратно, аккуратно.
I'm ready for the handover. All right. It's on work. Please be careful.
На себя и по кругу.
Okay, so pull towards yourself and then rotate.
Так, а давай я свой карабин перестушу.
Okay, so let me reattach my hook here first because you can see what it's like now. Okay. Okay, so the target is here. Inaudible. Moving on.
Так. Давай, контролируем. Хорошо.
I'm watching it now. All right. I'm going to start moving. Okay, Oleg, I have already moved closer to you. Okay, so let's swap the tethers again. Okay. All right. I am monitoring it now.
Так, мы прошли 4108, это туда, куда ставить.
Okay, so we're next to 4108, Hendrio. Is it the location for the install as well? Yes, you're going to install the tray adapter.
If you're just joining us, you're looking at a live view from helmet cam of Denis Matveyev, EV2, on today's Russian spacewalk 54A. Expedition 67 Commander Oleg Artemiev and Flight Engineer Denis Matveyev, both of Roscosmos, exited the station's space-facing Poisk module at 8:25 a.m. Central Time, 13:25 GMT, and we're looking at about a 6-hour and 18-minute spacewalk today.
My recommendation is for you to...
Artemiev is wearing a Russian Orlan spacesuit with red stripes, while Matveyev is wearing a Russian Orlan spacesuit with blue stripes. Today's spacewalk is a continuation of unfinished tasks from a spacewalk in August, which was cut short after Artemiev's spacesuit showed abnormal battery readings about 2 hours and 17 minutes into the spacewalk. During the previous spacewalk, Artemiev and Matveyev completed the installation of a pair of cameras on the European robotic arm and removed parts attached to the arm's end effector before the spacewalk ended. The European robotic arm, which launched last July, attached to the Nyoka module, will be used to move payloads, equipment outside the Russian segment of this station, joining the Canadian-built Canadarm2 robotic arm and the Japanese arm already supporting station maintenance, operations, and research.
Fully set, not fully in position, which is different from the hydrolab training.
The duo have already completed one thing that's part of their planned task, which was install a work platform on Nyoka. The duo then translated over to grab the European robotic arm and turn it off on its control panel, and they are now in translation back to the base point of the multipurpose laboratory.
So manual mode would be sufficient. Okay, copy. All right, so I am releasing the tether. Okay, Oleg, once you do it, could you please reconnect the aircraft camera? It is.
The primary objectives of the spacewalk are to relocate an exterior control panel for the arm from one operating area to another, and to test a rigidizing mechanism on the arm that will be used to facilitate the grasping of payloads.
Oleg, make sure that your safety tether is still near handrail 4108 to avoid any issues in the future. Yes, I got that.
Давай, я контролирую.
Denise. So I have it. I'm holding it. Okay, let me move. You need to rotate the control panel by 180 degrees. Yes, indeed, we need to do that, but it's too early for that because Dennis is still moving, and his hook is actually dropped on the other side, so it's the tether is extended. I can't do it now. Okay. All right, so here I am. Okay. So what we need to do is to figure out the tethering here. Hold it, please, and I'm gonna.
The duo just completed their translation with the control panel. Next task will be to install a tray adapter and then install the control panel to its new position.
All right. Now on my side, yes, exactly like this. Do you have the second tether? Okay, here it is. All right. Go ahead and hand it over to me. Excellent. It did not float away. Okay, now we need to engage this lock. So what's in the way there? Okay, there you go. Okay, half a turn. That's it. Okay, so the control panel is set, installed. So now, keep moving over there. Okay, I see it. Okay, I see the connector and the cap can be freely removed. It's all nominal. So, did you get a chance to make phone calls and congratulate everyone? Sure. Okay, so this is the connector, the parent connector. Oleg, Dennis, how do you read me? Loud and clear. The control panel is installed, tethered. The cable has been released. Okay, and we just received the go to make the connector. Please repeat your last. I said X2 connector. What about the contact surface? Is it nominal? Is it clean? Yes, it is clean. Looks nominal. I can see the connector now. Be careful.
Okay, moving it to the end. Can it reach? Yes. We have to bring it to the end. Hold on. Check the latch. Well, they look nominal. They don't appear to be changed. Ball is aligned with the arrow. Did you adjust it? No, it's in the nominal position. What about the latch? The latch is open. Seems to be getting stuck there. And the latch is not closing as well. Is there a lock on the cover? Yes, it has a small latch. Well, you need to close that one and tighten it. Okay. Well, it is closed on one side, but not on the other. I'm maintaining matching configuration on both sides, so the marks are aligned on that other side. Are you using the right connector? Yes. X2. Now it's pushing against the wall, and now am I supposed to latch it? Yes. Okay, I'm turning it over. Did it install?
You're currently seeing live views from a balcony camera inside the Russian International Space Station. That is not right. You are currently seeing live views inside the Russian International Mission Control Room in Koryov, Russia, outside of Moscow. If you're just joining us, we are having a live spacewalk today for Russian spacewalk 54A. Duo Oleg Artemiev and Denis Matveyev ventured outside of the hatch at 8:25 a.m. Central Time, 13:25 GMT. The duo is currently installing a tray adapter for the installation of that removed control panel.
Artem, a copy. Guys, we are experiencing
the primary objectives of the spacewalk are to relocate that external control panel from one operating area to another and install it. And then they will test a rigidizing mechanism on the arm that will be used to facilitate the grasping of payloads.
The shroud open. Do I need to open the cover? Yes. Denis, please assist. Okay.
Олег, Денис.
Oleg, Denis, go ahead.
У нас сейчас такая плохая связь, что по шпаргалкам работать будет неудобно.
Our comm now is so bad that we will have a hard time executing off of cue cards. So, Oleg, we want you to proceed with your task. And Denis, please assist by holding the cable. Okay, will do. Thank you.
Денис. Да.
Denis,
У меня просьба, можешь кабель
go ahead.
максимально увести от Еры?
Can you please move the cable as far away from
Внешнего пульта.
ERA as possible towards the external panel?
Ну, без излома, соответственно, чтобы.
Without kinks, of course.
Нас смущает вот эта петля, чтобы Ера за нее не цеплялась.
We are a little bit concerned about the loop on the cable because ERA can get caught in it. Okay, will do.
Now, 1 hour and 44 minutes into the Russian EVA 54A, today's spacewalk will complete unfinished tasks from spacewalk in August. Prime objectives is to now install a control panel removed from one sector to another, and then we'll be looking at a test at a rigidizing mechanism on the arm that will be used to facilitate the grasping of payloads. That's the end effector or that hand of that European robotic arm.
Okay, one gap.
So far this morning, cosmonauts have installed a work platform on Nyoka module, and they have relocated the external control panel. They are currently looking at hooking up cables for that control panel.
Sergey, if you can hear us, please call MCC on space to ground 1. Will do. Oh, we hear, Sergey.
Денис, да, можешь еще раз показать повнимательнее?
Denis.
Again, that's after installing a tray adapter in the control panel. They're looking to
Sure.
put in the cable at the base point for the control panel.
О, спасибо, да, нам нравится.
Thank you. Looks good. Very good. Well, it's not every day that we do something that Artyom likes. Okay.
Сейчас пока тебе особо делать нечего, у нас скоро будет отдых, когда
Okay,
ты работаешь с пультом.
Denis, you will have a bit of a time off,
Стартовое кольцо, которое на прошлом выходе,
so maybe you can use this time to remove the LFM
базовые точки,
ring
подвяжешь уже на это кольцо.
at the MM and then take the ring and secure it on the base point. Second gap spanner is installed between 4107 and 4125.
Размещайся у внешнего пульта и будем работать. Связь вроде бы устойчивая.
Okay, please position yourself at the external panel and we will start our ops. Looks like we have good comm.
Здесь уже нужна
So, do we need Q cards? Yes, we do.
на внутренней шине.
We're going to initialize the EMMI on the internal bus. The Q card is inside the cover. Right now we're standing by for a go, and we'll pick up our steps afterwards.
Олег, приступаем. Тогда
Okay, Oleg,
питание в положении on.
we can start. Power switch to the on position. Complete.
Принято.
Copy.
Дальше, как тебе удобнее будет, чтобы я диктовал по шагам?
Do you want me to read the steps to you, or do you want to do it yourself? Okay, why don't you read the steps to me and I will check them off.
Да.
Okay, step 1. Auto menu line has EMI config.
Это шаг 2. Тумблер старт.
Confirm.
Положение стоп.
Step 2. Start stop switch to the stop position. Complete.
Это на третьей. Меню автоменю, выбор языка.
Auto menu language selection. Complete.
Старт стоп. Положение старт.
Start stop switch to start position.
Есть старт, есть бак.
Complete. Switch in start position. Battery 1553 visible.
Тумблер старт стоп. Положение старт.
Copy. Step 6. Start stop switch to start position.
Есть MMI ID.
EMMI ID visible.
Положение старт.
Copy. Step 8. Start stop switch to start position.
Здесь мы будем ожидать выполнения проверок
Here
и загорания всех дисплеев.
we will stand by for checkout and elimination of all displays. Yes, checkout in progress.
Появится MMI 1 ECC English.
We are standing by for MMI 110, etc. Copy, I see the message. Copy.
Тумблера старт стоп.
Menu line should have the start stop switch check step.
Да, старт. Предлагает нажать.
I see start and the prompt to start.
Шаг 12 нажимаем.
Copy.
Старт.
Step 12, press start on start stop.
Старт. Теперь предлагает
Complete. Prompting to start stop. Should I start stop? Stand by.
Working with MCCM, that's Mission Control Moscow, Oleg Artemiev, EV1,
Auto menu.
is powering up the control panel.
Affirmative. Then yes. Start stop in stop position. Okay, prompted to press end emergency.
Перевести в нижнее положение.
Copy. Move the emergency switch to lower position. Complete. Prompting to move it back.
Принято. Да, шаг 19.
Copy.
Переводим его в верхнее положение.
Step 19, moving to the upper position. Complete.
Принято. Сейчас мы
Copy.
еще не будем получать координаты, то, о чем я вас
Right now, we're not getting FOR data
операций.
after internal ops.
Да, сейчас будем выдавать команды изнутри.
Okay, we're about
Отображение координат.
to send
Сейчас давайте отдохнем.
command, so let's take a few moments to catch a break.
52. Идем с опережением порядка получаса.
elapsed time 1:52. We are ahead by about 30 minutes.
One hour and 52 minutes into today's Russian EVA or spacewalk 54A. The crew is currently reporting they are about 30 minutes ahead of the timeline. The duo is currently being seen outside the Nyoka module with the European robotic arm. They are currently installing a control panel that they removed from a different location and now are looking to work with Mission Control Moscow to get the control panel powered on.
Do you see those forest fires? Oh, that is impressive. Looks like it's the States. Yes, you're flying over the western coast of the U.S. Yes, we recognize it.
Прием, как слышно?
How copy?
Да, слышим тебя хорошо.
Loud and clear.
Что делаем?
What are we doing now?
Олег, ожидаем где-то через минуту.
Oleg, we're standing by for another minute.
После этого
We expect FOR data to show up.
Currently in between satellites, we are looking at a live view inside the Russian International Mission Control Room in Koryov, Russia.
Okay, we had a brief LOS. So, in about 1 minute, we're going to get FOR data on the panel. Once we verify that, we're moving to plane 3 with KRM. For Denis, can you attach the initial base point cover to the ring so we will save the time for the future? Sure, I can do that.
Прием, как слышно?
How copy? Loud and clear.
Посмотри, пожалуйста, появились координаты. Слышно хорошо.
How us? Loud and clear. Please check if you see the coordinates on the panel.
Координаты есть.
Yes, coordinates are visible.
Спасибо. Тогда
Thank you.
BTL-3.
In this case, move to BTL-3.
Так, пульт закрывать?
Okay, should I close the panel?
Открывай. Оставь его в таком положении. Мы еще с ним будем работать.
Negative, leave it as is. We will work with it later. Okay, BTL-3.
Денис, да.
Where's that?
А ты располагайся у индикатора.
Okay, I get it. And Denise, please position yourself near TRM indicator
Чтобы можно было работать,
such that
ожидать, пока внутренние там команды пройдут.
you can continue operating while we wait for internal commands to execute. Okay, Oleg,
Да, закрыто.
please check if
Завтра, может, разбудит, видишь, вроде немного.
if it's closed. Yes, it is closed.
Да, не видать ракет.
So they don't see the rocket on the launch pad. Yeah, it was closed by the cover, the cloud cover.
Это на ту сторону как-то подойду.
So let me get over to this side.
Да, тут стало ходить непросто.
It's getting more difficult to walk around here, right? Just like on the service module.
If you're just joining us, you're seeing live coverage from the helmet cam of Russian cosmonauts Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveyev. We're 2 hours and 1 minute into today's EVA, or spacewalk, where the duo have prime objectives of relocating a control panel and then testing out the grappling mechanism on the end of the European robotic arm.
So the indicator is in the firm position.
The duo have translated to their worksite after exiting the hatch at 8:25 a.m. Central Time, 13:25 GMT. They have now installed the control panel at its new destination and are looking to install gap spanners. The duo are about 35 minutes ahead of the timeline and are looking to do some get-ahead tasks, including the removal of some multi-layer insulation.
So you're saying the translation from the panel to BTL is difficult? Yes. We should have put the gap spanner of 4109. Okay, so how about we reattach it to make translation easier. I think it makes sense. At least we could try.
На 41.08 их переставим.
So you want to reattach to 4108?
Да.
I'm afraid the length will not be sufficient, but we will try.
Да, было плохо, стало еще хуже.
Yeah, it was not good, and now it's even worse.
Да, вон, видишь, под рукой правой. Отверстие.
You see the opening under your right hand? The camera is flapping around there.
Результат этого перехода.
Yes, this is what happens when you translate like this.
Как раз отсюда тянули, а зачем здесь вообще?
That wasn't like this in the Hydrolab.
Тогда такое предложение, то что мы когда поработаем полностью с пультом,
So,
закроем его.
how about this? Once we finish with the panel,
Где лучше
close the panel, then you will take time to evaluate the translation paths.
41.27, 41.09.
It should be from 4127 to 4109.
Ну, а второй можно, не знаю, 41.28, 41.10.
And the alternative would be 4128 to 4110.
Просто они короткие эти.
It's just that these tethers are pretty short. They may not be enough to reach the handrail. Okay. Is it time to start with the ERA tool?
И дальше мы ждем внутренних.
Так, убедиться, что надо.
So, inaudible.
Что плашка на ключе на 1,5 ньютон-метра.
And then assess the position should be 4 meters from the control panel.
ERA-1, это который у нас посередине.
From ERA 1, that is in the center. Copy.
Целый пулемет.
That's some bundle.
Ткань вставлять в отверстие нельзя.
So make sure you don't use the service, the install. No, don't install. Okay, okay, understood. Does it look like the cover got ripped? No, it was like that before. On the handle. Yeah, so that it was before. Maybe it's not needed actually. These are the ones that were here before. Yeah, the cover is still here. Artem, can you find out maybe those covers are not really needed on the handrail?
Кураторы говорят, пока пусть будут.
Потому что на тех пор...
The operators believe they're needed. Actually, the other handrails, the same kind, did not have any covers, and those are throwaway kind, paper made. One of them is torn. But the operators say keep the covers for now. Copy.
Час ожидания где-то еще порядка 3 минут.
Just waiting for about 3 minutes.
Рукой, Денис, а у тебя руки свободные?
Dennis,
Можешь, пожалуйста, сфотографировать?
if your hands are free, would you mind taking a photo of this cover on a handrail just for further analysis? No, Alec is in the way. I'm on the other side. Okay. Then later, when we wait for automatic adjustment, maybe you will take a picture at that time.
If you're just joining us, you're having live operations of the Russian spacewalk 54A, where 2 cosmonauts exit the hatch this morning at 8:25 a.m. Central Time, 13:25 GMT. The duo are looking to finish up some work that was started in August on the European robotic arm. The prime objectives were to relocate a control panel and then test out a rigidizing mechanism on the arm that will be used to facilitate the grasping of payloads. So far, the duo have completed that first task where they have relocated the external control panel for the European robotic arm. They then will have gaps. They're looking now to install gap spanners and move on to their next primary task, which will be to adjust and test the European robotic arm, its end effector and grasping capabilities. Here they're looking to see the strength of that grapple or that hand, as it will be used to move hardware and equipment around the module of the Russian segment. Two of 3 cosmonauts are outside the station. Expedition 67 Commander Oleg Artemiev in the red Orlan suit, or the red Russian space suit with the suit with the red stripes, and Denis Matveyev, the Orlan suit with the blue stripes. And then there is one more, Sergei Korsakov is inside the ISS, looking to help out the duo when it's time to test out that European robotic arms grasping mechanism.
Олег, Денис,
Alec, Dennis.
нам дано добро переводить ТРЛ в положение флекс. Для этого
We have go to switch theorem, and that is 1.5 torque counterclockwise.
Не фиксируется, да?
без фиксации, по-моему, да.
Хотя
Without lock wire, yes, without locking. Let me support. Installing.
ага, вот, слава богу, ставил.
Okay, it's
19 оборотов
installed. So 19
Против часовой стрелки, все верно.
раз,
revolutions
два,
counterclockwise.
так, этот ушел,
1, 2, 3, 4.
5,
So this one is in firm position. 6, 7, 8,
9,
9, 10, 11,
12,
12,
13,
13, 14, 15, 16,
17,
17, 18,
19.
and 19.
Ой, погоди.
Now stand by.
Так, Артем, значит,
Artem.
оказался в окошке на 18 оборот, а не на 19 он ушел.
So on the 18th we were in place. At the 19th revolution, we moved away from the desired point by a quarter unit. Okay.
Спасибо за доклад, Денис. Сейчас мы...
Dennis, thank you for the report.
Подходит это или не подходит?
Let us analyze.
18, это вот он был ровно посередине.
So 18 was exactly in the center.
Мы сейчас ожидаем проверки на пульте, и после...
We are waiting to check out at the control panel at this time.
Это здесь стеклышко менял?
Did you change the lens here? Yes. Looks clean.
Олег, Денис, все, дано добро переводить в положение ферм.
Alec, Dennis,
По часовой стрелке.
now 19 turns clockwise in firm position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, got. We got it in the window.
19, туда где-то.
And that is at the not 19th, at the 17.5.
Был короткий перерыв связи.
We had short LOS. Please repeat.
Повторяю, оказался в окошке.
Now, 2 hours and 17 minutes into the Russian spacewalk 54A, 2 cosmonauts are outside the Nayoko module, where they are currently using the European Robotic Arm 1 tool.
Можешь обратно вставить? Говорят, надо еще один оборот.
No, Alec. More instruction. We need one more turn. So please insert it again. Okay. Now this paper
flew away.
The duo is working with Mission Control Moscow to configure the control panel for the European robotic arm.
I'll try.
The duo currently is about 35 minutes ahead of their timeline.
So, how do I turn? Clockwise. One turn clockwise. Done. Now the indicator is moving away by 1/4 from the window. Well, they decided to adjust it a little bit so that it will automatically even out with the given number of turns.
Все, теперь точно вынимаем ключ.
Now definitely take out the wrench. Are you sure?
Да, точно.
Yes, sure.
Сейчас абсолютно.
Absolutely.
И будем контролировать дверки.
Take it out.
У нас в автоматическом режиме будет.
Now we'll be
Как договаривались, Олег,
checking this in automatic mode.
далеко не убираем.
But do not put the wrench too far away.
Операции, когда во флекс автоматически перейдет. И тогда уберем.
We'll have to make sure that the automatic checkouts will go smoothly. And when we confirm that, you will be able to tuck away the wrench tool. Copy.
Так, мы сейчас прошли шаг 24.
We are done with step 24. And keep moving.
Так, датчик ушел, пришел в положение вверх.
The sensor is in a flex position now.
Олег, давай тогда будем убирать ключ, вроде все нормально.
Then let's take away the ERA 1 tool. Are you sure?
Так, дальше что делаем?
What's next?
Дальше мы еще ждем, когда перейдет в положение firm.
Now we are waiting for the indicator to go to firm position.
Как ты думаешь, лучше вам идти?
And then you will translate to BTL2 base point. How do you think it will be better for you to get there? Please repeat. We are waiting for the firm label to appear. And then you will have to translate to the next work site. Do you want to go via the adapter area or no? I think it's better we go in a straight path. Will you have enough reach? I think so. Now let's confirm that the indicator is showing CRM firm label.
Индикатор в положении firm.
The indicator is in firm position. Thank you. Now we'll go to the LFM ring. And the firm indicator is in the middle, mostly in the middle. Not quite centered, but mostly in the center. Maybe 1/10 to the side. Static, unintelligible. Unintelligible, static. You will attach the areas that are going to be removed initially, unintelligible the rest.
Дай мне мой файл. Пожалуйста, сейчас, секунду.
Okay, keep moving.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
If you're just joining us, we are 2 hours and 30 minutes into the Russian spacewalk 54A, where Russian cosmonauts Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveyev of Roscosmos exited the station at 8:25 a.m. Central Time, 13:25 GMT. The duo have been completing tasks quickly this morning and are currently about 35 minutes ahead of their timeline. The primary objectives have been achieved. They have relocated an external control panel for the European robotic arm, and they have also began working on the end effector of the European robotic arm.
Hold on to the handrail. I am.
After translating to their work sites this morning, Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveyev installed a work platform on the Nyoka module. They have relocated the European robotic arm external control panel, and they have adjusted and have begun testing the end effector grasp capabilities.
The bag is stuck. Just a second. That's a good setup. On the other side. We'll be removing LFM ring. Secure here. MLI cover will need to be secured first. Done. Copy. Now take it off. Okay. Alec, now secure the long wire tie to the eye bolt. The one on the left side.
No, just pull it. The one that you're handing, the one next to the tool. No. I don't think that I can pull it like this. That's it. I think it's now bent pretty well. I see that you have different ones. Excellent, that's great.
That's it? Okay, so I got the wire tie. Now we just have to remove this one. Well, make sure that you secure the ring first using the wire tie. And also, you have to secure the cover using a wire tie. Okay. And also, just a heads up, you have eclipse coming up in 3 minutes. Inaudible. Should I tether it here as well?
If you're just joining us, we are covering live coverage of the Russian spacewalk 54A. You're currently seeing helmet cam from Russian cosmonaut Oleg Artemiev, where he and Denis Matveyev are working on end effector 2 of the European robotic arm.
Are you going to use the regular tool? Yes, actually, we can give it a try. We got it done last time, like this. Actually, you have a special era tool. So if you can't do it with the ratchet wrench, you can use that tool. Please do not remove it just yet.
The duo has installed a working platform with adapters on Nyoka module. They have relocated the control panel to the base point. They have installed gap spanners, and they have calibrated the European robotic arm end effector 2. They are currently looking to remove multi-layer insulation and the LFM ring from the European robotic arm end effector 1.
Some more. I did half a turn. Well, I guess this cover needed to be removed. Okay, so there it goes. Keep going. Great. I guess this one is tightened way more than the other one. We need to tether the ring. It is already secured. Actually, I removed it. So you did. Yes, in that case, it needs to be secured. Inaudible. So why did you remove it? Because I needed to attach the wire tie and twist it. And the wire tie had to go through it. Okay. Can you reach there with your fingers? Do it manually, or do you need the ratchet wrench? Can you push it slightly? Let's try this one. No, this is the top one that's rotating. I guess we need to go some more. Let me hold it then. Okay. Go ahead and spin it. Which way? To open, yes, that is correct. I think you set it to close now. Okay, well, that's it. Keep going. Keep rotating. It's not moving back, as you can see. It's not working. The ratchet wrench is not working. All right, so let's try the wing nuts then. Okay, let's use mine because it's easier to reach. Keep pulling. No, actually, no. Can you see it? No, it's not moving. Can you see it? What is it? Okay.
Заклинило, оно у тебя заклинило. Ладно, давай. Моим. Что у вас заклинило?
What got stuck?
Кольцо стало в раствор.
Well, the ring, the safety, the ring is in the way, and we can't pull out the wrench. Let me move towards you. So let me set it there first, and you'll try rotating it. Okay, stand by. Okay, you can give it a try now. It's not easy to move, but it's moving still. Yes, that's right. Okay, go ahead. All right, that's it. Did you say it's done? Yes, you can take it now. Can you take it? Are you taking it? Yes, but the Jasmine here, well, it's inaudible. Okay. And let's attach an adjustable tether here, okay? Well, Oleg, can you do half a turn for the ring first? Inaudible. Let me help you. I can hold it if you'd like. Okay, so what should we do? I guess the wire tie goes here. I'm holding it. You can hand it over. Like this. Okay, so let's try turning it now. Okay, well, this is better. Now you can take it off. Actually, you can remove yours now, and I'll wait for now. Okay, I have it. Let go. Okay, and you can hold it now. So, what should we put here? A cover? Yes, you should wrap the MLI cover around it. And where is it? Where is the cover? Okay, there it is. Let's start on your side. Let's start on your side, Oleg. Okay, there, hold it, please. Do you have it? Is it good? Yeah, okay, MLI is installed. Oleg, do you have wire ties? We can actually bundle the two rings together in one unit. Well, actually, you should have enough wire ties for everything, to bundle everything up. Yes, and also MLI has been installed, and I still have the wire ties. I have some wire ties as well.
If you're just joining us, we are currently live with the Russian spacewalk 54A, where Expedition Commander for Expedition 67 Commander Oleg Artemiev and Denis Matveyev exited the hatch at 8:25 a.m. Central Time, 13:25 GMT. They then traversed to their work site, where their prime objectives were to relocate a control panel and to work on the end effector for the European robotic arm. The duo has completed a lot of their beginning tasks, and they are now about 50 minutes ahead of their timeline.
I can hold it for now. Okay.
The pair are currently working on the removal and bundling of multi-layer insulation and launch fixture mechanisms. The ring attached to the end effector and arm for when it launched back in July of last year attached to the Nayuko module. It is no longer needed and will be bundled, and the team here in Mission Control Houston are working with controllers in Moscow to see whether jettisoning will occur today.
So we just put them together, right? Correct. Okay, we'll get it done. And you can do it on the other side as well. Okay. Okay, should we install one more wire side here? Yes. So make sure that nothing gets detached, that we don't remove anything. Okay.
Денис, у тебя на левом плече.
Denise, inaudible on your left shoulder. I don't see it.
С камеры Олега наблюдаем.
We are seeing you through Oleg's camera. Okay. Like this? This is better because the second ring is only secured by a wire tie. Okay, this wire tie has been through 5 EVAs. This one has shown itself on the battleground, and now they just want to trash it. Do not let it happen. Okay, it's done now. Excellent. So now what? The ring has been removed, okay? Now you'll move on to the protective window activity. First, you're going to do all of the operations for the protective window. You'll remove the old one and install the new one. And then we will switch to inaudible. All right. So we need this camera. Is that correct? Yes, is that correct? КВ-1, yes, correct. Okay. And this looks great. Okay. So I guess we need to secure it too. Okay, I'm ready to take it now. Okay. There is no room here. Okay, let me move over here. Okay. Hold it, please. Ready? Ready. Wow. It's not going easy at all. I remember it was easier last time. Are you holding it? Yes. And you're not using any tools, doing it manually. Okay, got that. So shall we try it? Okay. No, that's it.
If you're just joining us, we are 3 hours into today's Russian spacewalk 54A, where Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveyev have been outside of the hatch, outside of the International Space Station, performing work on the European robotic arm. So far, the planned task, the crew is doing well, and they are about 50 minutes ahead of their timeline. They have installed a platform with adapters on the Nyoka module. They have transferred the control panel and reinstalled it. They have also done work on the end effector 2 and end effector 1 with the removal of multi-layer insulation and the LFM ring, which is the launch fixture mechanism ring, which is not needed for orbital operations.
Radiators. We have switched to the SHSS broadband communication system. How do you read me? Loud and clear.
The crew and the International Space Station are currently flying 261 statute miles above China.
Last time I was on the other side, and it's not working when I'm on this side. Should we swap places? Well, let's try this. You hold this piece and that thing. Hold, like this. Let me get this preliminary restrained. I think the MLI is interfering. Or what? What are you saying? The MLI is interfering. Okay, let me detach this. Now move this away. Okay, now it should fit. There you go. Okay. Okay, let me tighten this one a little. Okay, torque range. Okay, use Era 4 tool. Era 5 is also needed here. It will be required later. Oleg, Denis, we are going to lose calm for about 10 to 12 minutes. We're going to lose video for about 10 to 12 minutes, so please provide voice commentary. Will do. And eclipse in 5 minutes. Copy. Installation in 5 minutes, sorry. Okay, ERA 4 tool. Okay, Denis, where are you? I am right here. It should be primed for closing. Yes, if you remember, we practiced this step. Okay, there you go. Okay, now I have to back out this fastener. Are you okay working like this? Yes. It's a little bit short. Say again. I just need to get back here to keep it from flying away. Okay, this one's ready. Now the second one. You ready? Okay, this one's removed. Okay, protective frame is installed. Copy. MLI is installed correctly. The frame is removed and can be stowed in the kit. That has been done already. So what do we do next? Now we will work with TRM. Unstow ERA 1 tool and position yourself similar to your last. Ready. Indicators is done. Copy. Now standing by for our go. Олег, Денис. ERA people are asking that you do not hold on to the ERA handrails. They will be doing some arm commanding. Okay, hands off, ERA. ERA handrails. Thank you.
If you're just joining us, we are 3 hours and 13 minutes into live coverage of the Russian Spacewalk 54A. We had two cosmonauts, Oleg Artemiev and Denis Matveyev, venture outside of the hatch at 8:25 a.m. Central Time, 13:25 GMT, where they have now completed two of their major objectives, which was to remove and replace a control panel from one section to another, as well as do some testing for their end effector on the European robotic arm. So far this morning, the duo have installed work platforms on the Nyoka module. They have relocated European robotic arm external control panel. They have adjusted and tested the European robotic arm's end effector grasp capability, and they are currently working to remove the launch restraints of one of the European robotic arm's end effectors. They'll be working with Mission Control Moscow to give them a go on how to set the end effector 1 into a firm configuration with using the European Robotic Arm 1 tool.
Олег, Денис.
Олег, Денис, как слышно?
Олег, Денис, how do you copy? Go ahead.
Получили добро на продолжение работы.
We are go
Регулировки ТРМ.
to continue ops. You will now perform TRM adjustment/override. For that, you will insert the tool into the slot and start operating 19 revolutions counterclockwise. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. At revolution 18, the window started showing the visibility, and at 19 it was fully visible. Denise, can you take a photograph of the arm in this config? I'll try. The photograph may not be visible, very clear because of the illumination conditions. Well, whatever you get, we'll be happy to receive.
Так, Олег, спасибо, Денис, можно переводить в положение firm.
Oleg and Dennis, thank you. Oleg, you are go to put it in the firm position, 19 revolutions clockwise, and do not retrieve the tool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, the tool is out of the slot. Okay, we did 8 turns. So, clockwise, right? Nine. 10. 11. 12. 12.
You're currently watching live coverage of 2 cosmonauts outside the International Space Station as they do work on the European robotic arm. You currently see the helmet cam of Oleg Artemiev as he and Denis Matveyev work with Mission Control Moscow to put the end effector 1 into a firm configuration with the European robotic arm 1 tool.
17.
You'll hear counting as they are going and supposed to have 19 revolutions of their tool.
Have 2 more to do.
The duo is working efficiently and suits are working well. They are about 50 minutes ahead of their scheduled timeline.
It's partly visible in the window. You can do Okay, now the indicator is smack in the middle. Okay, we are standing by for a minute now.
Сейчас Денис ожидается уже через секунд 20. Хорошо.
Okay, Denise, we are waiting for the firm state. Okay. Indicator is in the expected position. Copy. Okay, can you please repeat? So it's in the middle? It overshot the middle by about a quarter dial. Copy. I think we can stow error 1 tool. Okay. Stowing error 1 tool. Since you said so. Error tool is stowed. Copy. Okay, standing by for a couple of seconds. Okay, I see the indicator crossed the middle, but it did not reach the expected position by about 1/5 of a dial. Okay, copy. Denis, can you please photograph this config? And Oleg, we are still standing by. Smile, you are on camera. Let me take a selfie as well. Oleg, Denis, please turn away from the camera. The laser is about to come on. Stand by, please. We need to move the camera away. Okay, so after you deal with the camera, start translating towards the panel. Okay, I have turned away. EV1 has not turned away yet. Okay, EV1 has turned away. All right. You are now go to start translating. The laser will come on after you leave this area. So Denis, you go first, go to grapple fixture of the arm, and Oleg, you will be at the external panel. Okay. Am I going to be able to translate over handrail 4127?
If you're just joining us, we're 3 hours and 33 minutes into today's Russian Spacewalk 54A, where cosmonauts Oleg Artemiev and Denis Matveyev have been outside of the International Space Station on the Russian segment doing work to the European robotic arm. The duo are currently translating to the base point of the MLM, or multi-purpose laboratory module, also known as NIOCA, with the LFM ring, or the launch fixture mechanism ring, and the bundles of that multi-layer insulation.
Dennis, are you in place? Yes. Stay there. I will come over. That's a gap spanner. Yes. And the second one. Hold on. And one more. Okay. So on 2 gap spanners, yes. Alex? When Kira is moving to start mode, maybe that will be a good time to work with the gap spanner. What exactly to do? To adjust the path at your discretion. Well, it is too short, unless we put 2 together. Otherwise, it is short. It goes between these 2 parallel ones, but does not reach the spot. Maybe 4108 to 4109. Maybe we can do this. That's the option I wanted to propose. Or around the control panel, maybe 4108 and to 4106. Why would that be needed? That will be to go around the control panel. Actually, 4108 to 09 would be the best, probably, to have access to ERA and such. 4108 and 4109, it will take 1 gap spanner. And the other one will be able to attach only at one end. After covering the control panel, we will take another look and make a decision.
Так, конечно, вот этот 4109, 4108 было бы неплохо. Просто момент, что за один поручень сразу 2 карабина будет.
It's just that there will be 2 hooks connected to one handrail.
Сейчас скоро будут включаться. Олег.
Laser is going to be activated now.
If you're just joining us, we are 3 hours and 38 minutes into the Russian spacewalk 54A, where the duo Oleg Artemiev and Denis Matveyev have been outside the International Space Station on the Russian segment working on the Nayoka module, doing some work to the control panel for the European robotic arm. The duo just translated from one location to the base point of the MLM, or the multi-purpose laboratory module, or Nayoka, where they are now looking to bundle the LFM rings with the protective coverings. LFM is the launch fixture mechanism ring, which is not needed and was removed from the end effector 1.
You can take the retainer and attach it to the grapple unit. Okay.
After bundling, the crew is looking to do a crew rest for about 9 minutes. The crew can choose to take or move forward into their timeline. The crew has already skipped 2 rests, so they may take this one. However, the crew is working efficiently and the suits are working properly. The crew is about 1 hour ahead of their scheduled timeline.
And we'll use a small red. Okay, let's take the small one. Release yours. Got it. I got it. Now, place the cover.
Ты можешь пока шпаргалку
Lock it in.
точки управления и выполнения ручных операций.
And now you can use the cue card for the rest of the operation. Okay.
Олег, Денис, предупреждаю, будет скоро включение лазера, так что...
Alec, Dennis, laser is going to be activated soon. Okay?
Сейчас начнется движение манипулятора, Олег.
And the arm will start moving now.
Да.
Okay? And what do we do?
Наблюдать,
Observe.
наблюдаться и находиться в безопасной зоне.
And be in a safe area.
Смотреть на внешнем пути телеметрию.
You can check telemetry on the external control panel.
ручки, да, на такелажном узле.
And the handles on the grapple fixture, right?
It currently looks like EV2 or extravehicular crew member 2, Denis Matveyev, has moved to get ahead task, and he's now translating to Australia 1 in effector and removing handles to do the Australian 1 retainering. EV1 or extravehicular crew member 1, Oleg Artemiev, is currently in a rest period. Oleg Artemiev is in the Orlan Russian spacesuit with the red stripes, while Denis Matveyev is in the Orlan Russian spacesuit with the blue stripes.
And how the handle needs to be oriented?
Ну, надо блокираторы под лееры.
To the retainer after the era.
То есть новый блокиратор, у него ручка, по-моему, должна в бок стрелы сейчас.
So facing toward the Strela, and if we're talking about the new retainer.
Включение лазера. Не смотрим на камеру.
The laser is being activated. We are not looking at the camera. Okay.
Так, ну я поставил этот маскарад.
I installed the retainer.
Ну, тогда размещайся на СТУ.
Very good.
Дальше на нем будешь ждать Олега.
Now we'll keep moving. You will be away from Oleg.
If you're just joining us, we are 3 hours and 54 minutes into today's Russian Spacewalk 54A. Expedition 67 Commander Oleg Artemyev and Flight Engineer Denis Matveyev, both of Roscosmos, exited the station's space-facing Poisk module at 8:25 a.m. Central Time, 13:25 GMT. Artemyev is wearing the Russian Orlan spacesuit with the red stripe you see right there in the center of your screen, while Denis Matveyev is wearing the Orlan suit with the blue stripes. This is the 8th spacewalk for Artemyev and the 4th for Matveyev. Artemyev is helmet cam 16 and Matveyev is helmet cam 20. Today's spacewalk will complete unfinished tasks from a spacewalk that was started in August, which was cut short after Artemyev's spacesuit showed abnormal battery readings. During the previous spacewalk, Artemyev and Matveyev completed the installation of a pair of cameras on the arm, the European robotic arm, and removed parts attached to the arm's end effector before the spacewalk ended. The European robotic arm, which was launched last July attached to the Nyoka module, will be used to move payloads and equipment outside the Russian segment of the station, joining the Canadian-built Canadarm2 robotic arm and the Japanese arm, already supporting station maintenance, operations, and research. So far today, the crew has been very effective, and they are about an hour and 10 minutes ahead of their planned schedule. So far, they've installed work platforms on the Nyoka module. They have also relocated the European robotic arm external control panel. They have adjusted and began testing on the European robotic arm's end effector, or its grasping capabilities. They have removed launch restraints on one of the European robotic arm's end effectors. The crew is currently doing 2 different tasks, where EV2 Denis Matveyev is moving forward in the Strela 1 retaining. And that's the Strela boom, where they were going to move one to the Poisk module. Extend one Strela boom from Zarya to the Poisk module. Denis Matveyev has started that task, while Oleg Artemyev is currently still working alongside the external control panel.
Олег, Денис, время.
Alec, Dennis? Yes, go ahead.
Да, Артем, мы тебя слушаем.
Yes, Artem.
Говорю, время за бортом 4 часа ровно.
4 hours even you have been EVA.
Мой совет вам, поэкономьте батарейку для ФГБ.
And advising, save the battery for FGB. How exactly?
На камерах, на видео.
I mean video camera. Video cameras. Save the battery. It still has 5 bars.
Да. Да.
Видеосъемку и размещаться возле пульта. Уже буквально через 3 минуты.
You can start recording and get situated next to the control panel. We have about 3 minutes.
Сейчас даже раньше уже.
Even less.
Нам дано добро на работу.
We have a go to keep working with the control panel.
Взятие точки управления на Эми.
Use a cue card
Шаг 1.
with step 1. Make sure the indicator will get illuminated and the coordinates are displayed.
Тумблер.
Displayed.
Рабочие ожидания.
And the toggle switch in the work arm position
Горит тумблер.
Is the LED for the switch illuminated? Which switch?
This is the LED next to the manual switch. Next to the switch, so no, automatic mode is illuminated. Please put the switch to manual. Done. Now let's go back to the cue card. Switch to operating position, standby. Artem, are you here? Yes, I'm online. How come you're silent? What step are we in? Step 2, switch to operating standby. It is in standby, completed. It's blinking. And did you get the status message? Yes, POC, white start. Okay, it's blinking, right? The LED is blinking, start LED is blinking. Should I press on start? Yes, please press start in step 5. Completed. Stand by for 30 seconds. Info dump confirmed. SBOP message will come up on the same display next. Standing by. SBOP grapple message came on. And did you get the standby message and LED should be green? Yes, I confirm all. Please put switch to manual. Or is it in manual? Or it is. Well, actually, automatic mode is illuminated now. Well, in that case, please switch it back to manual. It is in manual. Switch to operating standby. Confirmed. Standby confirmed. It is in standby, not in operating mode. So should I put it to operating mode then? Yes, please do so. Thank you. Completed. It is in operating mode now. Step 11. FOR switch to up. Copy. Completed. And is it, let's connect? No, please stand by. So should I move the frame?
If you're just joining us, we're about 4 hours and 10 minutes into the Russian spacewalk 54A, where two cosmonauts, Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveyev, have ventured outside of the hatch at 8:25 a.m. Central Time, 13:25 GMT. The crew is about an hour and 10 minutes ahead of their scheduled timeline, and currently the duo is working with MCCM, or Mission Control Moscow, to manually execute operations for the external control panel that they removed and replaced at a different operating location this morning.
I guess I should press start. Yes, that's correct. This is step 22. Arm in motion, stop. LED, LED is a blinking LED that's next to roll X. Start and stop is blinking as well. Should I press and stop on step 6? Please check the coordinates and then check again after you've pressed and stop. Okay. Inaudible. You will start in 30 seconds. What step are we currently in? Is it 2-4? 2-6? No, step 26 has just been completed. Switch to step 30. Put the switch to stop. Are you sure that step 30 is completed? Because I sent the Rolex command just once. Oleg, we're currently in step 30. Well, we did not complete steps 24, 25, and 26. Oleg, you did not complete step 26? Well, I told you that I pressed on start, then I was supposed to check the F or R. So how was I supposed to do it without the command? I apologize, Oleg. I was under the impression that you had got it done. It's blinking now. Well, so we stopped at the LED in step 24 is blinking now, the roll X LED. So I press on stop, I'm pressing start now, and I'm going to start monitoring the FR frame now. Here we go. This is step 30. Oleg, we were LOS. Did you say step 30? You're switching to step 30? Yes, correct. I'm pressing on start to step 30. And I see that the coordinates along the axis are changing. I'm turning the page over. I'm now in step 3-1, actually 3-2. The LED, the roll LED is blinking for -X. And start, stop LED is blinking, pressing on stop for step 3-4. Is that correct? Yes.
Нажали стоп. Свет идет погас рядом с краем ролла.
Stop selected. The roll LED is not illuminated.
Значит,
And the switch for step 36 should be moved up.
вверх.
Up.
Заморгал.
It's blinking now.
И старт-стоп заморгал.
Start, stop is blinking as well. And I'm pressing on start for step 39. Your go.
Выдал старт на 39-м.
Start selected for step 39. Era in motion, and then it stops standing by for the motion to stop. It's dark and I can see it well. I'm not sure if it's moving or not.
Он по сантиметру двигается, это вообще сложно отследить.
It is moving in 1 centimeter increments, so it's really hard to distinguish that. Correct. The LED is illuminating, and start-stop LED is blinking. Pressing on start-stop, there's the next step.
Нажал.
It's completed.
По 45-му свет идет, опять моргает.
Per step 4-5.
The duo is currently in orbital nighttime, flying 264 statute miles above Madagascar.
It is selected now.
Так, по 49-му крен ролл.
Step 4-9.
Oleg Artemiev is currently working with MCCM, or Mission Control Moscow, to configure and start up the control panel for the European robotic arm.
Так, 50-й прошел, 51-й.
All right, 50, 51. In 52, I'm supposed to press on start. Start selected for step 5-2.
Так, 53-й прошли, 54-й моргает.
Step 53, 54. Roll LED is blinking, start stop is blinking, and for step 56, I'm pressing on stop. Your go.
Выдал старт, стоп, 67-м.
It is completed. For step 5-6, LEDs are not illuminated, and the switch should be in. Let me check.
Рабочий у нас в рабочем.
It should be in operating mode. And I guess we need to move it to standby. Is that correct? Yes, standby. Okay, switching it to standby.
Перевели в стендбай.
It is now in standby.
Сейчас готовь шпаргалку инициализации.
The LED is illuminated, and
на внешней шине.
Please make sure that cue card is handy.
Здесь на земле и по команде.
Inaudible.
Делайте что-нибудь.
Лев, все, мы готовы переводить.
Oleg, we are ready to switch it to the required position.
Готовы переводить на внешнюю шину.
Switch it to external.
Достаю шпаргалку.
Okay, I'm getting my cue card for now.
Денис, как дела?
Denise, how is it going? Going well. Did you put it back?
Пойдешь тоже на стрелу. Тут недолго осталось с пультом. Я их два ряда поставил.
No, actually, I put two of them together.
Сейчас будет движение манипулятора, так что в его сторону...
Get ready for ear motion. Okay.
Так, мы шпаргалку пока готовим, да?
Okay, so should we keep the cue card open? Or, well, actually, Oleg, we're ready to execute the cue card steps. Copy. Copy that. So what should we do next? What step in the cue card? Is it the EMMI initialization on the external bus? Correct. And
If you're just joining us, we are 5 hours and 14 minutes into a Russian spacewalk, spacewalk 54A. Expedition 67 Commander Oleg Artemyev and Flight Engineer Denis Matveyev have been outside of the International Space Station working on upgrades to the European robotic arm. One of the primary tasks that was completed this morning was relocation of external control panel for the European robotic arm, as well as testing out a rigidizing mechanism on the arm that will be used to facilitate the grasping of payloads. The duo has been about 50 minutes to an hour ahead of their scheduled timeline pretty much all day, and they're currently looking to work towards some of the get-ahead tasks.
Олег, Денис.
Oleg, Dennis?
Да.
Yes.
Произошла стыковка манипулятора, пока мы ходили.
So while we were translating,
Стекло чистое, чище не бывает.
and the arm got connected and burst and just cleanly and perfectly. Very good. So our work was not in vain.
Так, что здесь? Как-то... Ага. В общем, могу
I will need to move the gap spanner closer. Let me try.
Так, давайте устранимся.
Give me a hook. That's not a very convenient translation path.
Так, раз.
Here.
Ну, давай сейчас. Нахлёстнем сейчас. Ой. Ой.
Just a minute. Temporarily here. We are already close to Strela.
Когда будет возможность у тебя, включи, пожалуйста, камеру Ерку.
When possible, please activate Orca camera.
Кому?
Are you talking to whom?
Мне, наверное.
Probably me. Yes, yeah. Mine is on.
Ерка, и посмотри на свои скафандровые карабины, они нормально?
And check your hooks. Make sure they good well. Look well. Yes.
Ерку надо включить.
Turn on Orca. Should be on.
Так, что ты хотел сказать?
So, what did you want to say about the hooks? Just make sure they are locked well. I just want to make sure. Yes, I turned on Orca.
You're just joining us. We are 5 hours and 20 minutes into a Russian EVA 54A. We're currently in a brief handover between satellites, and we'll have those views of the duo outside the space station back to you briefly. The crew has been about 50 minutes ahead of their timeline for most of the day, and they are looking to do some get-ahead tests involving the straight boom. The first one is looking to extend from the FGB, or the functional cargo block, the Zarya module, to the Poisk module.
Так, за этот можно, да, тут? На серый? Я не знаю, мы не уверен, что...
Shall I finish here? I think Artemis that would be better. Or you can also use metal handles. So put one hook on a soft gas panel and the other one on metal. All right.
Олег, Олег,
Alec?
да.
Yes.
Вот проверь, пожалуйста, страховку на стреле. Денис, а ты...
Check attachment and the transportation should not be secured this way. Yet I am rehooking it.
Можно на стреле только за лееры.
On Stellar only
Жесткие металлические поручни.
the metal handles
Страховочные фалы, которые имеются...
can be used. Don't use the transportation tellers.
Денис, можешь проверить, пожалуйста, да, страховки СТУ, чтобы она...
Can you check the side of battery connection?
Там...
Yes, I'm rehooking the teller here.
Так, СТУ застраховано. Да, да.
It has been secured to the handrail. And this is Strela itself. Shall I connect to handrail, rail 1, and to the gas panel? Yes. Of the gas pan. And all right. I have the long one detached. Attached now, and the short one to the handle. Now I can see where Strela itself is connected.
Давай. Давай еще раз посмотри.
I'm ready to take Australia here. It goes this way with all the links. Check, make sure that your tower is not getting in between Australia towers. Okay. And I'm connecting it here to the handle as well. Dennis, this tether is from the foot restraint, right? Yes, it went through the foot restraint to the handle. Was it in a module originally? Yes. Connecting to the handle first. And this is the fixed length